Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. It is time for the final Great Ace Attorney stream. I'm so fucking excited for this, man. You have no idea. We've been building up to this moment for like what, 6 months now? When did I start like playing this game? It had to have been October, right? So October, November, December, January, February. Yeah, 6 months. It's been like half a year. Jesus Christ, I can't believe it's finally like over. We're finally like about to be done with it. Like that's just surreal to me. I'm swinging my door like half shut so I can have a little ventilation, but also like mitigate the noise that's like going outside a bit. Hello? Wait, hello? Yes, I would like to see the game, please. Thank you. Alright. So, are y'all ready? I'm ready. I'm excited. So let me see if I can remember where we left off. So we're leaving off, like, going into what I believe is the final trial. I believe we're going into the final trial, from here. So let's see. This is a case that's, like, spanned, like, 2 chapters, which is new for the series, I believe. I don't believe we've ever had a case that oh, we're not even having, like, a... Holy shit, we're not fucking around, huh? Like, normally when a trial, like, chapter starts, there's a brief, like, oh, we're sitting in the waiting room, we're talking to the witness or the defendant. Nope, we are just right into the goddamn courtroom. Oh, give me a minute, I'm a little stuffed up. Give me a second. Okay, better. I had to mute myself because I didn't want you to hear me blowing my nose. All right. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Possible. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest that you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zykes. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin! Let's go. Let's fucking go. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Let's go! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear that he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here, of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Mabel, hello! How's it going? Welcome on in. We're just like getting through the preamble, basically. Judge Jigoku is up on the Celexa, thank you for 10 months, holy shit. Much love to but distracted today. That's fine, don't worry, Celexa. I'm doing good. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for this big finale here. But yeah, so we've got Judge Jigoku on the stand. He's just trying to tell us like, oh, yeah, I'm not gonna testify. I'm completely unrelated to this, to the murder of this detective. I'm like, you're at the heart of the inspector case 10 years ago, and you're at the heart of the, murder of John Wilson 1 year ago. So no, you're gonna testify. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Man, they're just gonna like pepper the word resolve into like everywhere they can, like they're just gonna pepper that word like everywhere they can, aren't they? I've seen the word resolve like 3 times in the last 10 minutes. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Let's see. Aha, yeah, this was it. This was sent directly to Judge Jigoku's office. This list of names from the end of the first game. Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. Yeah. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? I don't know that you could call it a contract, so to speak. It's kind of just a list of names. There's an obvious pattern, and it's obviously tying Jigoku to the case, but I think we're extrapolating a little bit far. I mean, that might very well be what it is, but we're kind of making some wide-reaching assumptions here. This telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. starting to think you just like prosecutors. I understand, Mabel. I understand. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. They never let the man finish his chips. They offed him. Oh, yeah, you're right. He had like a package of fish and chips like in his coat pocket, like rotting when they found his body. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. Oh, you're just admitting all this. Okay. Oh. No deflection? You're not gonna be like, no, that's not a list of assassin names. That's just like, just a random list of names. That's just 4 names. You can't prove that means anything. No, we're just rolling right into, yeah, I was part of an assassination plot. Asogi was gonna, like, kill Gregson. Okay, makes my job easier. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved. Wish Minx was here to scream at the logic. Yeah. I hope Minx is doing well. It's been a while since I've heard from her. I hope she's doing well, though. So you admit it, then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. Use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Sorry, my nose is a little stuffy today. Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric von Zykes. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Oh, government minister? High-ranking judge? Gee, where would we find one of those in Britain, I wonder? Fascinating. Oh, why is my mouse cursor is, like, off? Hang on, what the hell? What? Okay, like, I'm pushing my mouse cursor up against, like, the side of the screen right now? What the hell's going on? Wait a minute. Hold on. I was trying to, like, circle, like, his face, and I look over, I'm like, man, my cursor's, like, not circling his face. Why is the edge of my screen, like, displaying like this on OBS? Wait, what the fuck's going on? Hang on. That's not right. Hold up. Wait. Something ain't right here. Hang on. Let me try reloading this real quick. Hang on. We're gonna reload it. No, it's still. Why is it? Well, that's one glitch, I guess. Hang on. Maybe it's in the properties. Capture cursor, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. God damn it. You're right, I did ask for it. OBS being OBS. I had heard that the new update was a little glitchy, but I heard that the main issue was crashes. Alright. I guess we're dealing with this. Sure. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me close that real quick. Maybe that's got like something to do with it. All right. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Nope. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, so we have to find some way to tie him to Gregson's murder. So now, target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. What happened? Hold it! I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. Yeah, that would do it. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah! My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. Sweet Nix, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm glad you can make it. We're, I don't know if you've played this game before, but we are in the, basically the final act of, The Great Ace Attorney 2. I've been playing this game for, like, 6 months now, and we're finally at, like, the big grand finale. Let's see. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. There'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. Well, I mean, unless you paid the crewman to ignore it. Hold it! Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? As I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best for these streams. I like to pull out like all the different voices that I got. Ooh, what to make for dinner? I cooked for the first time in a while. What was it? Friday. I made this sausage pasta with cream sauce. Very, very good. Yeah, the full theater kid kit. The only thing I'm lamenting right now is that there's a lot of people that I gave very similar deep voices in the courtroom right now. Like Jigoku and Kazuma and Strongheart all have like the same deep voice. So it's like there's not much difference between them right now. Let's see. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the Steam's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. Theater kids are just magnets for one another. If you put a theater kid in a room, the rest will start gathering around them if you just leave them long enough. And like, you know, before you know it, like an hour later, you've got like a bunch of like, you got a bunch of nerds belting show tunes. Hold it! The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. It's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh! You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet... Sorry. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. The hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Sorry, like you need to think of their counter-arguments? It's like, aha! Then just, like, flattened. It's like, ah, yeah, it's just a woodworm. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feeling to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku, too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Jesus. Susato choosing violence. It's like, oh, you must ascertain the truth. No, you must destroy him. Kill him. Destroy him. Okay, so it's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination 1 year ago now. I don't think that's it. Target was Gregson. I pressed that one. I gotta press this one then. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. I mean, I guess I'll press this one too. I'm just trying to see if I'm gonna get any extra information out of him. Like an extra quote in the official testimony here. Here we go. When Kazuma was still in Japan, then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you to not make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Okay, so it's just one of these. Okay, let's see. Inspector Hosonaga in Japan with details. Okay, small machine part that Mr. Shomes found in Judge Shigoku's cabin on the SS Grouse. And this is, of course, the top of Gregson's pocket watch. Evacuation drill itinerary. Oh, that's right. There was an evacuation drill. And at that time, all crew would be reporting to the top deck. All right. I got you now. I got you now. Right? Let me see. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Yep. So for 20 minutes, all crew was on the main deck. There was no one around to hear the gunshot.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by there. I'm struggling to speak today a little bit. I'm choking on my own tongue a little. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crew were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh.
Objection!
Yeah, Sundays are just kind of like that. Zeal. Yeah, Zeal? Yeah? Like, eh? 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 Okay, that was a bit far even for me. I knew there was a good reason I got tongue tracking. That's no okay. Shut up. That's not free ahegao. Me just sticking my tongue out does not qualify as ahegao. Shut up. I gotta put the blush on. And I gotta roll my eyes back. There's more to it than just tongue out. I will say the only thing that I'm very sad about for the tongue tracking is that it's very hard to just blep. Like whenever I try to stick my tongue out, my mouth opens. It's very hard to just hang on, let me see if I can. I got it that time, but it's actually really difficult to just mlem. Keep telling myself that. Hey, Gambier, how's it going? Look, I'm not delusional. It's all of you. It's all of you that's delusional. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the part where we start going off the rails again. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? It would be this, right? Wait. Is that good enough? I feel like... I think it might have to be this, right? Thrashing that Elring is giving me one doubt that I'm delusional. Yeah. God. Oh, you're on the final boss. God damn, nice. All right, Mabel, have a good lunch. God, yeah, I beat Margit on stream. I beat him in like 2 tries on stream, but that was like after an hour of trying off stream. So I think the grand total was probably like, God, I want to say it had to have been close to like, I don't know, like 10 to 15 tries total, maybe? Something like that. And then, like, Godric was just kind of a little bitch. I spanked him real good. Like, I think that was, like, 12 tries as well or something. Granted, I am the kind of, like, stubborn asshole who's like, I'm not gonna summon, unless I absolutely have to. I think the only one I actually used, like, any Ash summons for was, what was it, Leonine Misbegotten? The really fast fella. At the beach castle. Rather explore the countryside for a while. Yeah. I did that for a little bit, and then I went out and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna explore a little bit more. I'm gonna upgrade my weapon a bit more. So I did that, and then I realized, oh, these things I've been picking up, these sacred tears, these golden seeds. Gee, I wonder what they do. Oh, they upgrade my flask. So instead of, like, getting half my health back, I can now get my full health back. And also, I get more of it. Oh, I see. But, I also learned how to parry Margit's stupid cane, and that felt really good. Like he does that big wind-up where he's like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you. It's over my head. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna flick it down on the ground. I'm gonna flick it down on the ground. Boom. Just tell him no. Go fuck yourself. That's my favorite part about learning how to parry. If you parry the first, like all these bosses have like these big elaborate like combos of like, woo, 5 combos and a feint and a change up and like an optional second half of the combo. If you just parry the first hit, you don't have to learn any of that. You just cancel the whole thing. It's like, I'm about to do my big special wind up, like fancy flashy combo. Boom. No, you're not. Now I'm gonna gouge your eyes out. I think it's gotta be the pocket watch part, right? Maybe?
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Jesus, that's brutal. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Are they going for the throat like this? This is the big final case. Everyone is like just full of aggression right now. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ah! Ippon Seoi. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. Gambier Ghost, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Thieves Guild. Converted from Prime Gaming. Okay. It's not. It's weird. Primes don't show up in the activity feed for some reason. I have to see them in chat. Twitch, what are you doing to me? What are you doing? But still, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you're having a good time. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Zeal, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Twitch is robbing you of your blue crowns. It's like, I'm glad it shows up like in chat and it shows up on the screen and I get the alert sound. It's just weird that the activity feed on like the control panel isn't like working properly. Like it worked for that one. It didn't work for like Gambier for some reason though. It's weird. I don't know. Twitch is just acting up. OBS is acting up. Everything's acting up today. It's Sunday. It's fine. like oh yeah, I don't know if anyone noticed, but watch this. This is the edge of the screen. Like on my monitor, I am up against the edge of the screen, and then like what you see is it like probably like 2/3 across the screen. Look at this. I don't know why the hell this is happening, but the cursor capture is like broken right now. It's so strange. Because I was trying to, like, circle someone's face earlier. It's like, nope, you're off center, buddy. That OBS update, man. Like, I'm glad I didn't get any, like, the crashes or the freezing that a bunch of other people got, but OBS ain't exactly playing nice with me. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I had a guest waiting for me, and when I turned my camera to finish my dining room, waving a gun, took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw. That. So this is the part that bugs me, right? This is the part of the testimony that really bugs me. Like, oh, he was discovered in London, so obviously he wasn't killed on the ship. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then... Oh, I clicked too fast. Hang on. Wait, stop. Obviously, the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato? That's what I was thinking, Zeal. People die when they're killed. The whole thing about them was to never give up. True. That's Ryunosuke's whole thing. It's like, ah, yes, I see I am on the precipice of losing. But no, wait, actually, fuck you, I'm right. That first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. You want to elaborate on that? There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. Symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. There must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. What does stripling even mean? Yeah, I think Gambier's right. I think it is like youngling or novice, I think, probably. Had to be luggage and not cargo. True. Very true, actually. Let me take a look through my evidence again. I'm sure I've got something here. Letter of introduction. Back of a ticket, passage on a steamship. I don't think this is gonna have anything for me. No, there's no new info there. Harsh reprimand by Mr. Vigil. Nope, that's unrelated. 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 I don't think that's related. No, no. 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 Rest of the face is cracked really badly. Look. Let's see. I don't think there's anything new to learn off this. No, it doesn't seem like it. Inspector's identification. Photograph. The Asogi papers. Exon's trunk. Right. They've gotten the body out. Oh, wait. Business, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. I don't think that proves anything. Autopsy report, the lucky charm. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. He changed his testimony here, which leads me to believe that this is the thing I need to nail him on, right? So... let's see. Transporting a dead body over a country border that would be impossible for the majority of people, so there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. Alright, this might be a case where I need to get more evidence. Like, they're gonna give me a new piece of evidence if I press the rest of this. Let me press this. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
God, what is this? What is it? What's the one that I gotta press here? Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. Wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. That's all it takes, huh? In order to, like, pass as an inspector in Britain, you just need the trench coat, a bag of chips, and a mustache? Damn. Damn, I wish I knew it was that easy. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell all I can tell you is that the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. Travels at Mach 2? Apparently. I think Susato's travels even faster, though. The Susato takedown is, I believe, superior to the Ippon Seoi throw.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. So this has got to be the one that I present on. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. That's not gonna be it, I don't think. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Villain, the candelabra, that's not gonna do it. Autopsy report. So we need to find a way for him to have transported the body. Police business. And for the applicant and one additional person to travel. So how could he have gotten the body off the ship? It's not gonna be it. Casey was in? No, like that was my first thought too, Zeal, don't worry. But it's not part of our it's not part of our evidence here, so we can't present that. That was definitely my first thought though. But also like they just said like, I'm sorry, I keep bumping the microphone. I'm sorry about that. The other thing is that they were talking about how luggage is checked at the luggage is checked as you're disembarking. So although Gambier did bring up like an important thing, if it was cargo, it would be different. They probably wouldn't check the cargo. The problem is, I don't think I have a way of presenting that. Request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Sogi. I set my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, fucking... my mouse is like... It's... I am circling the big luggage. Of course. Of course.
Objection!
Of course! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. That's right! Oh my god, it's been a week since then. I didn't remember it. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Ah, that's right. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Ah, we fucking got him now. Order, order, order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could, because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying! You know, people tell me I've got a pretty big trunk sometimes. There's nothing wrong with having a massive trunk. I don't think you'd be able to hide a body in mine, but... Moving on. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zykes shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning in the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. No one can just shoot a gun into the air? Yeah, as a matter of fact, we have something to explain that gunshot. It's this firecracker, combined with how this candle, one of the candles was apparently shot off. We believe that they just, you know, embedded one of these firecrackers into the candle, lit the fuse, and then let the candles burn down. And then when the candle hit the fuse of the firecracker, it made a gunshot sound to draw attention. Let's see. So we need to prove that he didn't die instantly. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on Fresno Street. We need proof that he didn't die right away. I think it's that. Let's see. Some proof that he was still alive for just like a second or two. I believe. Missile notice. Let's see. Indeterminate evidence suggests measures may have been taken to disguise the time of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks a point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Okay.
Take that!
Oh, whoop, I didn't mean to press that. I pushed the wrong button. Shit. Whoops. Okay. Perhaps you should try to present the right piece of evidence, Naruhodo. Have you considered that? Have you considered not being wrong? Okay, so I think we need to prove that he wasn't killed on Fresno Street then, right? Some proof that he had to have been moved. Examine this. No, I don't think that's it. I'm a little stuck on this one, so I'm just gonna save skim it a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see. Victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? Proof that he was moved. Proof that he was moved. Autopsy report. Would it be the bloodstain on the chest, maybe?
Take that!
No. That's not it. I thought maybe like the bloodstain on the chest may have proved that, you know, the trunk was like moved and his body was moved or something like that. Wound it up, it started ticking again. Proof that he was moved. The pocket watch? The fact that he wound it up every day without fail? Maybe?
Take that!
Nope, that's not it. I'm sure I'm missing something obvious, but my brain is, like, failing right now. Let me see. Head of the League. Vigil. Introduction on behalf to Governor Caden from Manitoba. Harsh reprimand by Mr. Vigil, Berkeley Prison. No, that's not it. It belonged to Gregson. I don't think... Yeah, there's nothing new to be gleaned from this one. I've seen a Fresno Street. Gun. Elabrum. This photograph. Well, I just accidentally, like, presented the autopsy report, so we know that's not right. Proof that he was moved. God, what could it be? I don't think this is it, is it?
Take that!
I'm just kind of guessing here. Oh. What? Really? Huh. Okay. I'm gonna reload that just so I can get my strikes back real quick. That's... How does this prove it? How does this prove he was moved? A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, rigor mortis! It's rigor mortis! He was curled up in the trunk. He was stuffed into the trunk, curled up, and then rigor mortis set in. So his body got really, really stiff. And he couldn't get out of the position he was in when he was curled up in the trunk. Of course! I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. You should probably see a doctor about that. Yeah, come on, Jigoku, don't be shy. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Ah! Order! Order in court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's... No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided that my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Oh. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seshiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... Alright. We need to think about this. We need to think about this very carefully. So I am convinced that that is in fact a bullet hole. We can't prove it's a bullet hole that was in Judge Jigoku's cabin, but it was probably a bullet hole. He's gonna claim, oh no, it was like a woodworm hole. No, that was a bullet hole, absolutely. That pile of clothes on the floor that we found, I feel like maybe that was used to mop up blood. Or maybe he was just like turning out his trunk contents so he could hide inside it. Maybe that's all that was. Kazuma. The tip of Kazuma's blade is lodged in Gregson's trunk for some reason. There's blood on that trunk as well. That little handheld trunk that Gregson had. This is the hard part about doing these like once a week. You start to forget some of the details that you learned the previous week, you know? So I'm mulling this over in my head a bit. Let me think. I think... I really don't think Kazuma did it. I am pretty convinced that Kazuma did not actually kill Gregson. Or... Well... He does have motive. like he has motive, right? Like Asogi has, like Kazuma has motive because if we look at the court record, where is it? Not Gregson's, but Clint's. Clint Van Zyke's. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial, recent scarlet ink stains, no, not that. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. Which means Gregson was in on the conspiracy to frame Kazuma's father for being the professor. So I think that's his motive. I think that's Kazuma's motive to want to kill Gregson, because Gregson was part of the plot to get his father framed and, you know, killed for a crime that he didn't commit. And it's true that he was there. Sword's tip is missing its piece, which we know is buried in this trunk that belonged to Gregson. And there's certainly blood on it. It all comes down to who did the murder. I think I gotta save Scumming again here. I'm really like stuck on this one. Slashed with the sword, missed, grabbed the gun and shot him. Possibly? I don't think Kazuma would have missed, let alone with 2 swords. Like, that man was dual wielding. I think... I don't think he did it. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Oh, the theme song's kicking in, man. Oh, it's good. Be the sword. Autopsy report, passport, Asogi papers. None of that. No. 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 B. Photograph, dismissal note, introduction. Is it then? Is it this? No, probably not. No, that's wrong. Now that a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins at nearly all time, if the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. Oh, that narrows down the time it was done, so... One week of the 31st of October. No, that's not gonna do it. Maybe the, what does this say? Steamship ticket. Nope, that's not gonna do it. it. What's the proof? What's the proof? What's the proof? It narrows down the time it happened. But it, this?
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. Wait, how? An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Oh, cool. Alright, let me just take care of that real quick. Hold on, I'm just gonna take care of these two. There we go. No links, please. Thank you very much. Let me guess. Were they asking if I wanted to be famous? Nightbot, like, smacked them before they even had a chance. Let's see. And then Nightbot shows up like, hey, if you're enjoying the stream. Thank you, Nightbot. Very cool. Very pog. Good job, Nightbot. 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 That's my new Dungeons and Dragons character, Nightbot. Yeah, bot just like bonked them instantly. If they were real people though, they can always appeal their ban if they just like accidentally like I don't know, try to post a link from somewhere else like instantly. Oh, they were by followers? Okay, good riddance. Goodbye. Die. So that tells us the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Oh, right! Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ah! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. I am remembering now. I am remembering that they told us that Jigoku broke the witness stand the last time he was up there. I'm starting to realize how he did it. And I'm wondering if it's gonna happen again. I really hope it does. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then, you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. He's gonna do it. He's gonna break the witness stand. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Yes! What the fuck? It's over. My life is over. The rest of the piece is just fucking, like, levitated. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. God. Moments like that are why I'm really sad I don't have my own house. Like, I live in an apartment, so I have to, like, pull back the shouting a little bit. If I had my own house, I could have, like, full force, like, belted into that. Oh, it hurts that I can't do that. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I'd intended to finish him by strangulation. The moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. It must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Though I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. The witness stand is still just gone. Just gone. Yeah, I'm surprised he's being so honest now. Yeah, I'm with you. I wonder what Cosmo's gonna do here, because we still haven't quite unraveled the case from 10 years ago. And I feel like we kind of still gotta do that. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For crimes of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we just get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Wait! And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. But Jigoku's not the one on trial. Van Zykes is the one on trial. Wait a minute. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zykes.
Objection!
Yeah, I knew we weren't done. Nah, we're not done yet. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocent hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zykes has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it appears that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Osogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak von Zykes, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zykes very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zykes. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zykes has unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the witness stand is back. They must have wheeled in a spare they had in the back. There it is! There he is, he did the thing! Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. Lord Van Zykes! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. He replaced it just so he'd put his leg up. Yeah, basically. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I have been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you. Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay.
Hold it!
No common thread between the three of them. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Well, That was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him.
Oh, drink water, drink water.
Thank you, Zeal, for the hydrate.
Water, drink water, bitch.
In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Hang on. Wasn't there like a group photo of his office? The person is Clint. So it's Clint, Barak, and Gregson there. Okay. No link to Wilson then. That scared you when I redeemed it? Oh, was it a little loud? Maybe I'll go into like the settings for that and turn it down a little bit. It is a little loud sometimes, isn't it? Telegram from Japan, evacuation trail itinerary, Parma. See this. Coroner John H. Wilson, Clint Van Zykes. There is a link to you.
Objection!
Yeah, there it is. What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zykes. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the Professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zykes, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him, and enabled Lord Van Zykes here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. I think we got him now. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. How many glasses has he broken at this point? We gotta be, like, approaching triple digits at this point. We have to be. Break you instead. Seal. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karama before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the result of Clint Van Zyke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak von Zykes. Wait. No, here it is. It's what I suspected all along. The man leading the case for the professor was not Barak von Zykes. The man leading the investigation was Strongheart. Barak von Zykes stepped in as prosecutor at the last minute. And then Strongheart took over as judge, I believe. Or he was just off to the side. But Strongheart was the one leading the actual investigation. Barak von Zykes' involvement happened at the last moment. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak von Zykes. Strongheart's gotta be sweating a little bit. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zykes? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to 1. Lord Van Zykes isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Male Strongheart.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart. Let's fucking go. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zykes, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiroji Goku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Here we fucking go. The court awaits your response, my lord. Yeah, who sentences the person when the judge is the criminal? Yeah, that's a great question. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zykes' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zyk's autopsy. Wait a minute. I think there is. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Inosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zyk's is... If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think... Yeah. Scythe isn't here, but... Maria Gori is.
Take that!
Denied. What? Oh, wait. No, No, that's not it? Someone else present at the autopsy? Wait. Wait, is Courtney Scythe here? Because Courtney Scythe was, like, part of it, wasn't she? I thought that's who it was, like, pointing towards. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think I'm wrong about that. Okay. Who was present then? Was it Daily Vigil? Yeah, because my thought was, like, Maria Gori was the one that told us about the, she gave us the autopsy report and said that her mother was, like, her mother performed it. Right? So who's still around that could testify to that? Was it... It's either Caden or it's Daily Vigil, I think. Because I don't think Jigoku was part of it. Oh, wait! Was Mikotoba there? Wait, Mikotoba may have been present. Oh... Yeah, I think Mikotoba was present for that, wasn't he? He was in forensics.
Take that!
There it is. Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Isogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Isogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Holy shit! Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Isogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Isogi. God. This poor man. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Who now? Who now? God damn it! You gotta be shitting me. Of course. Of course he fucking swoops in at the last minute. A great detective is never late. He arrives exactly when he intends to. Mr. Sholmes? This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. And I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to its end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You'd only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along with the prevarications of your superiors? Sholmes choosing fucking violence. Order. Order in the court. Seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. That has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. What will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Hell yes, we love to fucking see it. You have no fucking power here, Strongheart. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify! 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 Can you hear it? Can you hear them chanting? Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Let's fucking go! The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting at the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, your ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. Hell yeah, we still got him in the background helping us out. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Let's fucking go. Oh, it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Let's fucking go! Oh no, we're not stopping there. We're not stopping there, man! To be continued immediately. I said we're finishing this game, we're finishing this game. Oh, there's Maria Gori. I'm so glad she's here. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugen Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Drink, water, drink, water, bitch. Oh,
Thank you, CL. I'll take another sip.
Water, drink, water, bitch.
Yeah, the goth wife is here. We love her. We love her very much. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She's just staring at him. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been quite a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of the forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Man, what did they find in his stomach? A bunch of Prima Gems? I never get sick of making the Genshin Impact jokes. This is my last chance to make them. I have to make them while I still can. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. God, the judge being the fucking, like, criminal is such an interesting, like, what's the word? Oh my god, my brain is just, like, full of holes today. It's such an interesting dynamic. Dynamic is the word I wanted. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Are we finally gonna get to whatever the fuck was in his stomach? No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh! Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zykes' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
That's right. And Clint was killed by a sword. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zykes, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered into the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Inosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
Ooh. I wonder if we finally reach the point where pressing the wrong statement will cause a strike. I'm wondering. Because they've done that in previous Ace Attorney games. There are testimonies where the judge is like, I'm sick and tired of your bullshit. You are running on fumes. If you press the wrong thing, I'm going to fucking, like, punish you for it. I wonder if we're at that point. Yeah, Western style sword, not a katana. Yeah, that's interesting too. That is interesting. Death resulted from a wound made with my Western style transfixing the heart. Yeah, I want to press this. This is important. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zykes was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zykes may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? Here comes the yep. There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ugh. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Alright. Okay, so we're not getting struck for pressing the wrong thing just yet. Okay. Other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It's that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. Are we finally gonna learn what the fuck this piece of evidence even was? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, so it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on his digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th, or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring.
It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his fingers where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment that it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Holy shit. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Oh, let's go. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. I'd say so. Alright. Finally, this piece of evidence that's been eluding us for all this time. Why are there notches on this? Is this a dial? Does it spin? Does it spin? I think it spins, right? There's something here. These fat claws are doing a good job at protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Aha, who would make such a dangerous thing? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about the same size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. And as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. These notches around the edge, they're bothering me. Like, it looks like it looks like the notches you'd find on like a dial for like a safe or something. You know, this is my thief expertise coming into play here. This looks like a safe dial. This looks like I should be able to spin that gem around and maybe like unlock something. Is that really all there is to investigate on this? Yeah, here's the other thing. How the fuck you gonna swallow this shit? This shit's sharp.
Objection!
No? Oh, not yet? Okay. Okay, that's not right. Maybe I pressed this first. Oh, wait! That was the piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. No, I know what it is now. I know what it is. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak von Zykes, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the only way a man of my brother's caliber could. Okay, so I thought I had to object to the fact that he swallowed it because, like, oh man, if he swallowed that, that'd scratch him up something awful. No, I have the right idea, but I'm objecting to the wrong statement. There were no other signs of internal injury. This is the statement I was supposed to object to.
Objection!
There we go. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's extremely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi, and that he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he had really swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he had swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh. That one line was dictated by Dr. Wilson. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I want an endoscope. Let me have an endoscope. God bless. God bless. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Yeah, get the goth waifu what she wants. She can have the world as far as I'm concerned. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. God, you can cut the tension with a knife. Thank you, Von Zykes. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Oh. Ah. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Oh my god. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you've apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in the trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zykes? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ugh! No, he was silent for another reason. Remember that they tried to break him out. The execution didn't go through, and he woke up in the cemetery, only to be shot by some unknown assailant. Autopsy was all above board. There'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it weren't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he held a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. The autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Suma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. It would have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? You know, we had something like this happen very recently, didn't we? Iris was remaining very, very silent throughout a lot of accusations because she was hiding something in her mouth. I wonder if perhaps that might be it. Let me see here. Let me examine this a little bit closer. That upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Telling the man he has a giant hole like that in the open. Seal. Alright. Let's see. Sogi's ring. Wouldn't be that. So. Wouldn't be that. No, it's not that. It's not that. I think it has to be. Autopsy report. Passport. There's another possibility here, I think. I think the other possibility is... Where is it? It's dismissal notice. Let's see. Chief ordered daily vigils relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code for Conduct for Prisons. Rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It believes that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure his assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. I think it's this.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question, which is apparently incorrect. You've said nothing in this trial. Rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. Some sort of clemency. Oh. Yeah, okay, so I was right. It is the other piece of evidence. It's this.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at that time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? Holy shit! Let's fucking go, Sholmes! Let's fucking go! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. God, the scene is fucking set. This is it. This is the final battle, right? Feels like it. Smudged Up, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oh god, that's right. I gotta do his fucking accent again. Ugh. Okay, hang on. Hold on. I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. Yeah. I'm gonna ruin this man's accent so bad. Convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ugh, well. Convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly excused, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. I was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. If I knew anything about the podcast Critical Role, this is where I would make a joke about that. Pretend I made a Critical Role joke. Okay, moving on. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify to the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. Ah, I fucking hate Scottish accents. I hate having to do Scottish accents. Oh, nay. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to Chief Warden Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up to the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. Directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that a directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nae a thing about that professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. See, if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Piece of greaser. Yeah, with the comb. Yeah. Prosecutor's office. I was assigned the contract, but I put the plan into action behind the scenes. Vigil didn't know about the plot. Huh. That's interesting. All right. Give me a second here. I'm gonna BRB real quick. Oop. I'm gonna get a little bit more caffeine, or I'm going to get caffeine. I never had any caffeine. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Hello. How's it going, everybody? I got my G Fuel. I got my caffeine. I'm feeling a little bit better now. God, this pineapple G Fuel is so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. I've said it before, but it just tastes like straight pineapple juice. It's so good. Ah. All right. So we've confirmed that there was a plot to help him escape that came from the prosecutor's office. So we're gonna need more information about this. We're gonna have to press, like, everything, I think. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. It was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. Likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't they bother with idle speculation? We just get the job done. Okay. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. You ruined the man's life! Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I don't know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would nae be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you, that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Okay.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil. I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. Won't change what's happened. Damn! Oh, righteous indignation. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I love Fall Guys. Oh god, I can't hear the connection between like Fall Guys and like actually like, you know, Fall Guys the game and Fall Guys like, you know, people who are taking the fall. I can't hear those two things and not think about Blaseball. And that moment that Loot Cortez like it came up on stage and said, what was it? Season 19, red herring. A red herring. A sham investigation. Fall Guys Among Us. Everyone lost their shit. Everyone lost their shit. I lost my shit. I watched that happen in real time.
Hold it!
God, I can't wait for Blaseball to come back. I can't wait to subject you all to my brain worms again. But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you know for sure. What you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. That's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye. I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genjin Asogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Whoa, hello? You remembering something there, buddy? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh no, he's remembering. Whoa, yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring you something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? Make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It's a very good point. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. Suppose that nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you can believe there was some negotiation on the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top. It doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Aye, go on then. Oh, Strongheart's looking upset. Japanese fellow Dene have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. How can I see that myself? After all, the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carlier. This, you mean, discovered during the victim's final autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. Witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. He must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Alright, I have an idea. I have an idea of what it is. Alright, so he had something to bargain with. Not certain on this, so I'm going to just really quickly... Alright. Let's see. Present. We have to present here. Something that he had to bargain with. Wouldn't be the ring. It's not. We're not talking like valuables. We're talking like information. So... I'm thinking it has to be like the Asogi papers, right? Mm-hmm. The only weapon he had left.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers! A fellow couldn't have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep it a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! Why, you little... When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but... that will was just nowhere to be found. Stupid dog! You made me look bad! As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jings! What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot? Peely-wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you first, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
Clearly the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these indisputable facts?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. God. We love this. We love this. Sorry, just taking a sip. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono. That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true! Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? What are you gonna do? Strangle me? Choke me? With your big, strong hands? Do it! Do it, I dare you! Choke me! Better kill me in one shot. Better make it count. Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! Man, Vigil's kind of a brat, isn't he? Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannae deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Oh, that smirk! God, he's so fucking full of shit! So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Oh, you've gotten a brush in prison? Yeah, see, that actually came up earlier. He wasn't supposed to be allowed writing materials. He was strictly banned from having writing materials. And yet somehow he got his hands on, like either a pen and paper or a brush and paper. It's very interesting.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. He was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
What was he doing? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the Bampatyar, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
Oh, I was holding down the click button. I didn't realize. What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned in the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah,
it's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor.
Prison governor, can they be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
So consult with them. Go get them. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. When I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "Can they have disappeared completely?" in my face.
Aye, well, it's doing to the governor to give everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Trevor's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I had read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
The governor of the prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else.
When did I get on the stand? He does look a little bit like me, doesn't he? He's got the blue hair. A little bit. He's got the soft facial features. Welcome back, Mabel. How was your lunch? What did you have?
Hold it!
Here's his own face like a dying swan. And that directive came from the same sources as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. Pancake. Wow! Mabel had pancakes? What a shock! I would never have suspected. I would never have suspected that Pancake Witch Mabel would have ever eaten pancakes. What was the name on it? I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Document was in the fold of the fellow's robe. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
I want Mabel to make me pancakes too, Azil. I want pancakes. But I'm gonna be having more of that leftover pasta from Friday. It's probably gonna be the last portion. It's supposed to make enough for like 4 generous portions. I eat it in 3. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the last few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword! Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warriors carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements into the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshu rice paper, no doubt? I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me!
Hello? What do you have to say, friend? That explains the fat dummy. I mean, Gambier's not wrong. All that thigh meat has to come from something. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. Oh, the Scarlet Ink! That's right! What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard. You recalled something of importance. Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not. If the ink was red, that ties in with the autopsy report with Clint. And I'm able to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Hey, Kitsumaki, welcome on in. Are you feeling fat, Mr. Vigil? Nah, this man's all skin and bones. Look at him. He's a skinny motherfucker. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. This is big. This is big. This is big. This is big. This is important. I'm gonna save just because I don't know if I'm allowed to just present immediately. But I think I have this now. Where's that autopsy report? Let me just double check. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found.
Objection.
There it is. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again! You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Make Brigadero for you? Oh, little chocolate bonbon truffles. Ooh, those sound really good, Zeal. I can make a number of things. I know how to make a... I can cook, just like kind of like generally I can cook. But on top of that, I also I know a few desserts. I know how to make homemade cheesecake. Very good homemade cheesecake. I've got a brownie recipe that I've been meaning to try out that my dad sent me a little while back. Yeah, I got a few recipes under my belt. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink! Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? The wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Interesting. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. Well, is that a way of saying this? Yeah, that's a way of saying it. God, yeah, Twitch is not always friendly. Also, yeah, Gambier cheesecake. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about cheesecake, right? Here's where a lot of cheesecake places go wrong. Number one, they use like a pie crust or like a cake crust. No. Big mistake. Big mistake for cheesecake. Cheesecake is a really heavy dish. Using a pie crust? No. Bad idea. You need something a little bit lighter, a little bit sweeter than a like rich and buttery like pie crust. Pie crust doesn't work well with it. It's also like too flaky for the sort of like soft texture of the cake or the cheesecake. Graham cracker crust. It's graham crackers is what you want to use. Crushed up graham crackers, a little bit of butter to make it like kind of like wet sand, and you pack it real tight into the bottom of the tray. Once you do that, the other big thing that people screw up, that people forget, you click outside the thing and it just does it anyway. Hang on, I just forgot that I forgot to open stream labels this entire time. I always forget to open stream labels. It's like one of my biggest things that I forget to do. I should just like make the shortcut on my like desktop open both of them. It would be easier for me. Yeah. So there, those things are now updated now, and I'm very happy about that. Yeah, the other big mistake that people make is they just mix all the ingredients together. No, don't do that. You do that, your cheesecake's gonna be dense. It's gonna be heavy. You don't want that. That's a bad cheesecake. Especially like if you're making New York style cheesecake. What you want to do is you want to mix some of the things together, like the cream cheese and all that. You want to mix all that stuff together. And then you take the egg whites and the sugar and you whip them. You whip them until you have something that's the consistency of whipped cream, basically. And then you take that and you take like the mixture of like the cream cheese and the egg yolks and all that, and you fold it. You fold it together. And that mixes everything without totally flattening that fluffy like whipped cream stuff that you've got. So you've got all these little tiny air bubbles to make the whole mixture nice and fluffy, so that when you bake it, the cheesecake isn't like a dense brick. It's nice and soft and fluffy and easy to cut into. I'm gonna fold the defendant later. Mabel, please. But yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. I know how to make a good proper cheesecake. And then of course you have like the thing that nobody expects to be good but just ties it all together perfectly. The sour cream frosting. I know what you're thinking, like, oh, sour cream frosting, what the fuck? What are you talking about? You mix sour cream and sugar, you spread it on a thin layer on top, and you bake it a little bit longer to solidify it before you throw it in the fridge to chill it. It's incredible. If you've never had it, do not knock it before you've tried it. It is amazing. It doesn't taste like sour cream. It just has this like sort of like God, I'm not a like culinarian. I couldn't tell you what the flavor profile is, but the sugar cuts through the like sour cream taste to give it a sort of different flavor entirely. But you put them together, they're amazing. It is the perfect icing. Let's see. Anyway, we have like a murder trial that we need to get through, don't we? I got distracted talking about baking. Other countries hear mention of cheesecake and don't understand that they think it uses like actual cheese. Oh god, yeah. Like they probably think it uses like, oh, what, you making a cake out of like cheddar cheese or like some Parmesan? That sounds awful. Like cream cheese so much we even added some sushi and Japanese dishes. Oh, we do that in in America too. We do that in the US. The Las Vegas roll is like a big one. It's there's a lot of like Americanized sushi rolls that use cream cheese. We really like avocado too, like the California roll. Las Vegas rolls are really good though. Like it's sacrilege as far as it like a sushi chef would be concerned, but they're damn good. Like sushi and cream cheese go together shockingly well. And you bring in like a little bit of like that spicy sauce, and the cream cheese kind of like nullifies the spiciness, so you just get like the flavor of the sauce without too much heat. It's good. It's really fucking good. Sacrilege tastes amazing. Yeah, that's what I say to like all those like Italian traditionalists that are like, oh no, you can't, you can't make this dish with this dish does not traditionally have a garlic in it. Not every Italian dish has a garlic in it. You can't just add garlic and call it an Italian dish. That's sacrilege. Is not traditional. And I tell you, garlic is delicious. Shut the fuck up. It's like, and here's the excuse I give to those people, these Italian traditionalists that are like, oh no, you can't put like chicken in Alfredo. You can't put garlic in carbonara. Here's the thing. Here's the double-edged sword of Italian cooking, traditional Italian cooking. These dishes have very few ingredients and are very simple to make. There's really only one way to make them. You know, as opposed to like a steak or a stew where you can cook things different amounts of time, use different techniques to cook things differently, and get a sort of different texture and flavor as a result, right? Like if you've got a cut of steak, you could pan sear it, you could grill it, you could like do it in the oven. There's a lot of ways to do it and you get different results. With like you know, Alfredo traditionally, like classic Alfredo, is just you boil the pasta, you make a sort of like a butter and cheese sauce, right? You mix all that in, you give it some pepper, and then you just toss the pasta in with all the cheese and the butter, and you use the pasta water to make a nice creamy sauce. There's no cream in it, there's no milk, there's no garlic. It's just like pasta, cheese, butter, pepper. It is basically the Italian version of macaroni and cheese. You're not supposed to add chicken to it. You're not supposed to add anything else like that. It's very simple to make. There's only one way to make it. You can't, like, cook the pasta differently to get a different result. You'll just overcook or undercook the pasta. You can't, like, you know, and you have to use, like, a very specific type of cheese or butter. And the problem is, the fact that you only use a few ingredients, the quality of the dish is tied to the quality of the ingredients and nothing else. The technique, there's no change. You cannot possibly change the technique. And with so few ingredients, the ingredients have to be very high quality to get a very good dish. So the problem is, in America, we don't have easy access to very high quality cheeses and pastas and stuff like that. Like, we can't just go to the store and get, like, fresh linguine. We can't just go to the store and get, like, really high quality, like, pecorino romano or parmigiano reggiano. We go to the store, we get a shaker can of Parmesan. Then we get, like, dried out Barilla pasta. So we have subpar ingredients, and because the quality of the dish depends entirely on the quality of the ingredients, you wind up with a subpar dish. The only way to make this dish good in America is to supplement it with more flavors and spices and stuff like that. You have to add chicken so you have some more substantial flavor. You can season the chicken however you want, and you get, like, some flavorful chicken in with your sauce. You add garlic to add more flavor to this, you know, kind of bland, low-quality cheese, you know? You have, like, kind of crappy pasta, so you need something else to carry, like, the flavor, you know? It's just... Bro, Italian cooking is just dump dinners in an elegant way. Mabel, no! You're gonna get assassinated by the fucking Italian food mafia. The pasta mafia is gonna come after you for that. Wait a minute. Look. Wait a minute. Oh, hang on a minute. So, like, all these Italian traditionalists who lament the fact that we're mixing in all this shit that, like, is not supposed to be in this dish don't understand that we don't have access to the quality of ingredients that they have. If we just do it the traditional way, the dish is gonna come out like shit because we don't have access to those high-quality ingredients. No high-quality ingredients means no high-quality food. Low-quality ingredients, low-quality food. We need something to make up the difference. And that's just how it is. So to the Italian traditionalists in chat that might happen to see this, please shut up. Please just be quiet. Let us cook our food the way we want to cook it. Like, we don't have the privilege of the ingredients that you have. Check your Italian privilege. Jesus Christ. God, the dump dinners. Oh, God, I don't want to think about dump dinners, please. Please, although I guess I should bring it up for anyone who doesn't understand what we're talking about. We should bring up the dump dinners, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? We should talk about this. Hang on. All right, fine. We're gonna bring this up. Hold on. All right, we're gonna go to YouTube. You can see the last of me, Mike Polta. How are you that small? God. It's because Cozy was showing off her chibi model, and I just had to be like, how are you that small? Oh, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I'm not signed in, so it's gonna be like a bunch of like this shit.
Oh, cool. Film theory. That's neat. Hang on. Dump dinners. Here we go. Hang on. All right. The fucking tense Ace Attorney music is gonna be going on in the background, but
It could take hours to make, and who has the time? Hi, Kathy Mitchell here with my new Dump Dinner Cookbook. Now just dump and bake for full meals in minutes. Look at these smothered pork chops, easy cheesy tacos, roasted chicken with potatoes, or this, the best pan pizza ever.
actually, the tense, dreadful Ace Attorney music in the background is fitting for this fucking nightmare we're witnessing.
Delicious pizza stuffed with all the goodies.
Oh,
Here's my favorite
No.
comfort food dinner. Start with chicken and mixed veggies. Add a can of creamy chicken soup, a few chunks of Velveeta cheese, and top.
oh, Velveeta, no.
Just look at this. A cheesy chicken pot pie with perfect flaky crust. How
Ooh.
about a new twist on meatloaf?
Honestly,
Ground beef, stuffing mix, and
shit. Okay, the chicken casserole thing. Hang on. I wouldn't use Velveeta cheese. Fuck Velveeta. I would use like some cheddar, like some nice sharp cheddar.
how about a new
Right?
twist on
But like, aside from that, I mean, it's not that bad. Like, it's got like vegetables in there. They're frozen vegetables, right? You know,
a can of Crusties?
it would be very, very cheap
Here's my favorite
and
comfort
easy.
food dinner. Start with chicken and mixed veggies.
All right,
Add a can of creamy chicken soup, a
creamy chicken. It's like frozen vegetables, creamy chicken soup, some crescent rolls, and like some cheese. It's like, it's not the best, but like, would you rather have me like go to like a fast food place and get a burger, Mabel? This at least has some vegetables in it. I wouldn't use the one with green beans though. No green beans. No green beans in this. You want like celery and carrots and like peas. Corn, I guess, could work.
few chunks of Velveeta cheese, and top with a can of crescent roll. Just look at this. A
Honestly, Mabel, this is probably I don't know if it's healthier. That cream of chicken could have like a lot of sodium and fat in it.
cheesy chicken pot pie with perfect flaky crust.
I don't know. It would
How
be
about a
cheap
new
and
twist
very
on meatloaf?
easy,
I
is the
dumped ground
thing.
beef, stuffing mix, an onion soup pack, and water into this bag. Then just mashed it all together. Now just cut off the corner and squeeze into muffin cups. After baking,
wait.
top with mashed potatoes. A perfect portion in each muffin. You'll love it. Get great
Ugh.
shortcuts too, like this beefy pasta. No need to pre-brown meat or boil pasta. Dump it all in the pot. Dinner is served in 15 minutes. Or try this shortcut ravioli lasagna. Dump frozen raviolis on tomato sauce. Add fresh spinach and cheese. Layer as high as you like for steamy, melty home-style lasagna.
That's not terrible. I'm sorry, but that's not terrible.
After
Like some of these are okay, but like
cut
this
ravioli lasagna. Dump
frozen
on
ravioli
tomato
is the
sauce.
base though.
Add fresh
Oh, I
spinach,
don't know about
cheese.
that.
Layer as high as you like. For
But
steamy,
like, it's not far from how actual lasagna is made. But like, for a college kid on a budget, this would be pretty all right, I think. Yeah,
melty home-style lasagna.
that's
After
not
work,
the
I never wanna
worst.
spend time making dinner.
Here's the thing. I'm looking at this through the lens of someone who has witnessed an inordinate amount of Chef's Club's crimes. I look at this and I think about Chef's Club and I think, yeah, this isn't as bad as Chef's Club.
Now I just dump everything in and bake.
This is not
to
as
make
bad
the
as Chef's Club.
ultimate Chili mac and cheese.
Stop slaving over dinner. Make delicious meals.
Probably
in a
wouldn't use the
flash.
frozen
Dump
ravioli, though.
dinner
There's probably a
just
better way of doing
$10.
that.
But wait, call now and you can get my best-selling dump cake cookbook. Just dump and bake.
Okay,
these
dump cakes is an
sparkly,
abomination.
raspberry dump cake.
This
Or
is
use
bad.
canned biscuits to make fresh, warm, sticky buns just like Grandma used to.
Oh, I
You
don't know
can
about
get
that.
Dump dinners and dump cakes for $10 with over 250 delicious homemade
I don't know about the
recipes.
dump
Here's
cakes.
how to order.
Here's how to order. I censored out all the information. Here's how to order. You can't. It's not allowed. All right. I keep getting sidetracked by cooking talk. Please, a man has died. We need to solve this murder. The cakes are questionable, but everything else looked good. Yeah, like, okay, I don't know about the meatball stuff. The meatball stuff is, I don't know about that. I think you'd run into some problems there, but like, and the lasagna, I don't like. At that point, you can just make like real lasagna. Honestly, all you have to do is like
boil some fucking like lasagna sheets, and then just stack up cheese and some meat and some spinach. That's literally all you have to do. Like for the lasagna, you may as well just make actual lasagna. That's kind of just how it's made. The only thing is, like, if you want meat, well, even then you wouldn't have meat. That dish didn't have any meat in it. It was like vegetarian. There was no meat in that. You just fry up some ground beef in a skillet and throw it in there. You know? Susanoo off in the corner reading cooking recipes in her pocketbook. You're right. Cakes are questionable. Everything else looked good. Yeah. I like being a food snob because I want to get better at cooking, but I'm too nice to turn down offered food. But yeah, you have to understand. I look at that video through the lens of someone who has witnessed the atrocities committed by Chef's Club, and I look at that and I think to myself, yeah, I've seen worse. I've seen Chef's Club's fucking chicken pussy. I don't need to. I should probably show context for that too, actually. Hang on. Oh, I'm not gonna be logged in. Hang on. I'm gonna... Oh shit, where's Fox? Okay. I'm gonna have to find the link on my own, like, channel, because I'm not logged in on Firefox. I use Firefox to get around the fact that I would have to delete my browser history otherwise. Hang on. It's gotta be like a top clip. It's got to be like one of the top ones. Hang on. Views. Where is it? It's like Chef's Club should be stopped, right? Yeah, here it is. All right. Here, I will show you for anyone who hasn't seen it. Delete browser history? Yeah. Here, this is it? This is it, yeah. Okay. Oh wait, you can't see it. Hang on. I gotta turn that back on. There you go. So, okay, here we go. We have some chicken breasts. Very nice. Chicken breast.
It's a pussy! It's a fucking chicken pussy! A chussy!
I was drunk. This was after the first time I did bar brawl.
I'm sorry, Selexia. I'm sorry. You're right, it is a cloaca. I'm sorry. Ham and Swiss. Chicken breast.
Yeah, fucking Selexia corrected me there. A chicken pussy is a cloaca. Where am I on the screen? I wasn't. That was before my debut. The first time I did bar brawl was when I was celebrating hitting affiliate, which was before the age of anime. Back when I was just a voice behind the screen. Back in my my Vine Sauce style days. But now I got a pretty face and you can look at it. You got eye candy now. But yes, I was hammered out of my fucking skull for that stream. I was sloshed. Okay. Jesus Christ. I've spent like an hour on this, so we need to get going. Well, not an hour, but I've spent like a good 20 minutes on this. We need to keep going. Okay, right. We're talking about the document that was written in red ink, and there was red ink on Clint's fingers during the autopsy. Right. Okay. And no document was penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it could only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right, then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It wasn't his will. It was Clint's will. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think... Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes. No. What? Yeah, here we go. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zykes. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. That Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that wouldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zykes. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. Oh, yeah? Mabel just simps for prosecutors. Except for Ouchie. Nobody simps for Ouchie. Or, was it, Payne? Yeah, that's right. His name was Payne, wasn't it? Or, no, it was Ouchie. It was originally Ouchie, wasn't it? With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there was no line of reasoning to pursue. Ouchie can have an ugly bastard Archivy page. Maple. Jesus Christ. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zykes, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. Only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zykes left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Inosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes was, in fact, can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zykes actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zykes himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zykes family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zykes, who was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of preposteries of vilest nature. If the public ever found out, law and order would be... My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zykes. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barrack Van Zykes is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zykes. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. It's as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. That came up. That came up in a previous trial. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? Emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville... Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zykes' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Oh, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Holy shit! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zykes was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Ooh. God. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zykes made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually it was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. He keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Well, I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zykes mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zykes perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zykes meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Zoe must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Jesus Christ. So Clint was the murderer all this time, and they knew. They covered it up. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zykes. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. See, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Oh yeah, he did have a different cane. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. Jesus Christ! He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost. That grin. He still thinks he's on top here. He's not worried. He's not concerned. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. In the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zykes? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not! Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. What the fuck? Like, the thing that's bothering me is how, like, smug this man still is. How proud he is of admitting this. Is it because it's a closed court? Is it because he thinks he can still fucking get away with it? But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all innate in keeping London safe. He thinks they're gonna let him get away with it. There was no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zykes. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. The Lord Chief Justice at the time? Man, if I'm recalling, Lord Strongheart, ain't that your title? Hold on a minute. Man, I gotta catch up with chat a little bit. I'm gonna make Alistair dive order a pineapple jalapeno pizza. Look, you enjoy your pizza. Alexa, you just enjoy that. I'm not going to give my opinion on it. His motive for being the Reaper. The Reaper was mainly to kind of enact justice. He wanted to safeguard law and order. He wanted to give people faith in the judicial system and that justice was being carried out on people that were, you know, criminals. Lord Strongheart has a very strong sense of justice too, but it's been warped into murderous intent and ambition to become the de facto word of law in the country. The word of justice. He's got a god complex, basically. And I think that's where that stems from. The cover-up was to preserve society, because if it came out that a aristocrat had been committing all these murders, it would have plunged the whole country into turmoil. Society would have like eaten itself alive. The Reaper was, well, a couple parts. Part of it was cover-up. Part of it was enacting justice against corrupt criminals that were dodging the law, like our old friend, what was his, Magnus McGilded. You remember him? Yeah, he's a criminal who dodged the law, and he wound up dead at the Reaper's hands. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
We're not done here. We're not done here. You son of a bitch! Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Scroll up a bit. That occurred to me. Brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Right, that he killed his mentor. Right. Van Zykes or Genshin Asogi still walks this earth. How much we would debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are two extant pieces of evidence from the time, the woebegone, that it is incriminating evidence. I feel like there's more to that ring. This is tough. There's two options here. Something contradictory. I think it could be... Wait, no, that's not what I want. The court record. I feel like there has to be more to this ring. There has to be. I just feel it. That thing about killing his mentor, that sticks with me. That was the first thing I picked up on. Lord Van Zykes, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Over it again. Find it. It wasn't the culprit. It was the conclusion at the time. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Huh? Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Consistent? Even though the inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? What was it? Lord Chief Justice. Is that inconsistent? I don't know. If I pick wrong, I think it's gonna shoot me back to choosing who said the wrong thing again. That was my first thought, but I don't think... Like, if I present this, I don't think this is right. No contradiction. Yep, okay. Alright. Right. Okay. And with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother. At length. Okay, so we're back here. Okay. I think maybe it wasn't Lord Van Zykes, then it had to have been Strongheart. Right? I'm gonna load real quick. Give me a second. Alright. Yeah, it must have been Lord Strongheart then. I don't have anything to contradict what anything Van Zykes said. Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Back on his word, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zyke nor Genshin Stogie still walk this earth. How much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Only 2 extant pieces of evidence left. The ring, and the 3-page last will. Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? In the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. This may very well prove fatal. Explain my words contained a contradiction? With what piece of evidence, I ask you? This is tough. I want to say that the last piece of evidence we have is that, like, will that we never found, the confession, right?
Take that!
Damn, that's not it. It has to be. It has to be something like that. What is it? What is it? Van Zykes or Genshin Sogi still walk this earth. There's the possibility that one of them might be alive? I don't think that's it, though. Alright. What is it? What is it? I thought it was the red ink, but maybe that's not it. Red Sword, Karuma, Itinerary Smoke Bed, Telegraph Sogi's ring. It's the ring in the document we still have, but there has to be something else. There has to be something else. Could it be this? Could it be this? I don't think that's it. Could we be considering that one last piece of evidence? Or this, maybe? The dismissal notice? Ooh, I'm stumped hard on this one.
Take that!
Oh, what's this? This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. Oh! I didn't catch that. That's right. There's only 2 pages. And he said 3-paged will. Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally, there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? Aye, I was there for sure. Remember the black, worm-like scrolls to this day. And, quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? It was decided that the 3rd page ought nae to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. Yo, Maho, how's it going? How you doing? Have a good drive home. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As that happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Caden. We'll read the 3rd page of the document for...
I love her.
Maho, Lacey says that she loves you. Thank you for the bits, Lacey. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Maho says she loves you too, Lacey. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read Worm language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You are still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Let's see, what's the big revelation here? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. It's stored inside the blade. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? Name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. Twist the handle. It's hollow. It's not known to me. The katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Sykes tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since that the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the repo, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is that you're hiding? What exactly is it that you're hiding? Toba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I? Yes. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Can I do it now? Can I do it right now? Can I do it right now? Can I twist the head? Ah, not yet, not yet. Oh wait, maybe I have to draw it first. I have to unsheath it. Okay. Can I do it? Oh! There. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes! The proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try. It's my neck that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I studied history and development of the katana some time ago, so I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. Written as head in Japanese, it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. Mr. Sogi's last words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Yes! I was right. Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Red ink! Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Sykes, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed in Karama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Yes. Yes! Let's fucking go! Holy shit, holy shit. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Let's fucking go! It's high time that you realized something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence in the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? A knife! No! I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Oh. Nothing much, really.
Take that!
Take that! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, he's fucking panicking now. Let's go. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature and seals certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Let's go! Let's fucking go! I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Yes! Holy shit! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Oh, we fucking got him now! Clint Van Zykes really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as that young Japanese man said. Read it out. Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though the proceedings aren't going quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No. For God's sake! No! Oh, we got him. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He's expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zykes, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zykes Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh. God! So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zykes was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zykes, to take him down. It had to be done. He's still smiling. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. The Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh, that's right. Enoch Drebber found him. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast. People find out the convict wasn't really executed. Scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then What do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Holy shit. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed all over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. Holy shit! When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Couldn't they just shoot the grave robber and bury him in that grave? Then you'd have a missing person. That's the problem. An unsubstantiated ghost story is a lot easier to cover up than an actual missing person. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zykes from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has all been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zykes here who has worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? Look at that. His eyes are bloodshot. He's got a bulging vein. This man's about to snap. That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who will willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ah! Ah! That's it. It's over. We finally... Oh no. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. I was right. 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 Wait, I gotta look up his name. I forget his fucking name. But I was right when I said he looked like fucking. Hang on. What was his name? What was his name? Ace Attorney from the Ashes. What was his name? What was his name? Rise from the Ashes. It was. What was his fucking name? I gotta find his name. I gotta find his name. On a Sky, Chick Marshall, Bruce Goodman, the Star. Fuck, what was his name? Oh my god, what was his fucking name? I have to find it. I have to find it. Gant! That's right, it was Gant! He looks like fucking Gant. And he's doing the same fucking breakdown. Fucking Gant is a descendant of Strongheart. I was right all a fucking along. Holy shit! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Oh my fucking god. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell here requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. This catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London. What might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back into the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? We can't let him get away with this shit! He has a point. What Lord Strongheart done is very unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. No. No, are you kidding? No, you can't let him get away with this. Are you hearing this? It's the will of the British judiciary. Look at him. Grandstanding. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. I have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation into his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. He's conclusively proven his guilt, but he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. I know, Skay. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left to open to me. Use evidence. This is it. This is where we call on the man himself. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Wait. This theme! Holy shit! Oh, it's so good! But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now! Call him!
Take that!
Let's go! Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked that if you had it with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Let's go! Yes, absolutely! Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice! Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? How'd you do that? What the... The man teleported. Was he invisible? Oh! What the shit? Mr. Sholmes. Is he a hologram? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. He's a hologram! What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him! Look at him! Look at him fucking go! Look at this man dance, what the fuck? I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. He's a fucking hologram, holy shit! Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound is of the speaker's voice converted into an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description! Is that the big thing that was on his desk? And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say that you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of this situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? That's where the Queen is, isn't it? You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh my god! Her Majesty! Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? Oh my fucking god! What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris calling Queen Victoria Vicky! Iris, there you are. Is the Queen gonna show up? In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwhile and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Oh my god! Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Holy shit! Ah! My heart is fucking hammering. Oh my god. What a fucking climax. I don't know who here is gonna recognize it, but that scene right there reminded me of a scene of from 9 Persons, 9 Hours, 9 Doors. I'm gonna play that on stream at some point, so I don't want to say too much, but... Oh, I'm shaking! Lord Clint Van Zykes left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Tosogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What a fucking trial. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes. Clint. Jesus. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now.
But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. He's back!
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness which has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zykes.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zykes, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
Oh, I love him.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. God. What a fucking finale. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zykes,
not guilty! It's like letting out a breath that I've been holding for 6 hours. That is all. Court is adjourned. Static, hello. Welcome on in. You came right at the very at the very climax here. Ooh. I feel a little lightheaded after all that. Oh. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. My fingers are tingling. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. All right, hang on. Give me like half a second here. I need to let some people know I'm probably gonna be late. Hang on, and
Oh, drink, water, drink, water, bitch. Oh, drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
hang on. All right. Yes, hydration. A good idea, Zeal. A very good idea. Oh, shaking a little bit. These games, man, they really know how to get to you. Holy shit. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zykes' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Yeah, his smiling face, huh? Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you have demonstrated today, well, quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth can have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Wrong again, Mr. Sato! Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zykes. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zykes wrote before his duel with my father. Soak is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Confessed my sins to my wife, may she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? You only agreed to it, Seshiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. Alright, take care, Mabel. Thanks so much for stopping by. I'm glad you can make it for the grand finale. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. It's Iris! It was Iris! By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was... Clint is Iris's father! My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I could truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor and Davon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Oh no. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. That's the trunk in the center of the house, isn't it? That's the trunk they use as a coffee table. It'd clearly been well looked after all over the years, made of top of the quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zykes? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were to ever be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah. So the only solution is to distance the young girl from the Van Zykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really. All it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave to the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Oh my god! Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ow! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice... the Lord Chief Injustice... would require such measures. Good pun, Sholmes, good pun. Runo! Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again? No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Oh my god. Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Ah, that's so precious. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Oh. I actually teared up a little, man. God damn. Wait, Lord Van Sykes. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Sykes family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Hmm? Well, I think we should make our way back to the Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Oh, holy shit. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. There it is. It's that trunk right there, isn't it? Home's is sweet. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But we ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. I hope he becomes a bartender just so he can put his leg on the counter. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is it really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. Zeal, once again, confused horribly by English slang. A diver is a pickpocket, and a dick is specifically a detective. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. All right, then. It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey... Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? Ah, my heart! Oh, my heart! With every word, Iris. Oh! Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, my heart! It hurts! It hurts! Oh! I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time I remember countless expressions of gratitude for all good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? I'm so happy. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zykes. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zykes' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Pulling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. Right. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zykes. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Right. The script that, Herlock wouldn't let her publish. Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. Only the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. See. Something I never understood. Why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. And that was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. The only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose myself. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes. That's what I am now. That's That's what I'll be going back with you as Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know that I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that's what you would decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. This is it. The big goodbye, right? I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Oh,
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me, and give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
oh.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Oh, voiced.
What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Oh, it's so
Thanks.
cute.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Are we now?
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, let's go.
oh.
Holy
I
shit.
see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Yeah?
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Oh.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Oh my god. Oh.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Oh my god. She does want to come
I
with
mean-
us.
I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly,
Oh.
you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
That's what she was going to do.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Yeah. That's what she was off doing.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
They're so cute. God, they're so fucking cute.
Masato-san,
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
with you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Oh, it's so precious. It's so cute.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
That voice line.
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Oh my god.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
These dorks, yeah. They're all so fucking cute.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go.
That's Iris's voice. That's cute.
After yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Our sword? Yo? Oh, look at that.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Oh. God.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
Oh,
And
it's
Mr.
so
Sholmes,
precious.
Thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
I love him.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
You know, I was kind of on point with his voice, wasn't it? Wasn't I?
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can't wait.
Oh, so cute. Is that
In case, let
Totaro's
us conclude
voice?
that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I think Iris's voice is Totaru from Final Fantasy XIV. I think it is.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Say it. Finish it off.
Come, the game is afoot.
Ah.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Here it is.
objection!
Yes!
Again, Bruno.
Oh! Holy shit. Oh my god. I
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and of the promised closed court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh God, thank you, Celexa, for the bits and for the sound redeem. And Hella, it's gonna be a little bit. We have like after credit stuff. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. But yeah, I have to wrap up stream, and then I have to eat. I had a granola bar at 3 p.m. It's been more than 6 hours since then. I need to eat food. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. If you guys want to roll into like P3S, go ahead. That should be about as much time as I need. Boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh, Gino. Oh, heart of gold. We love Gina in this house. Gina's the best. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I gotta complete your education in the art of detection at a la Gregson, as they say. Lurking here for 5. Well, it's been nice having you, Hella. I appreciate everyone, whether they're in chat or not. It's just good to know people are here. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Ministry of Affairs. Objection! A big overstatement. Overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who's this caddish counsel for the defense? And this woman forbidden to enter the courtroom? Oh, really? My friend Sasada-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Oh, I'm glad we got to see them all again. Oh, these credits are fantastic. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. These two, holy shit. Oh my god. Yet. It's Hairbrain. Here I am in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Beric, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Sita, hi, thanks for the follow.
we're wrapping up, and then I need to get food. I will be there as quickly as I can, but you guys should probably just go ahead with P3S without me.
When I went to the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even as in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two smells would not do.
This Final Fantasy 14 raid jargon I detect. Yes, we rescheduled raid to today because Sita was on vacation.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. Everyone calls me a pepino. I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my hair. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
My God, these three, holy shit. Still chewing that spaghetti. Oh good, she's not pissed as fuck. Yeah, I didn't think she would be too angry. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have had rather defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care. Ah. Jesus.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Ah, they said it! They said it! Title drop! Roll oh wait, we're already rolling the credits. Vesper, hey! Oh wow, the whole raid group's coming to harass me. Ah, good, great. It's not gonna make the credits roll any faster. Thanks for the follow, Vesper. There we go. So are the credits done, or do they have to roll like the rest of the credits now? Or are we good? Yeah, we have to roll the rest of the credits now. God damn it. Alright. Alright. This Lumia person is a nightmare. I'm going to whine about it? Okay. Okay. Well. What a fucking game, dude. What a fucking, like, series. I've already ordered the food, at least. The food is in my fridge. I'm going to reheat it and eat it. It's food that I made, like...
Water, drink, water, drink, water.
Thank you, Vesper.
Drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
Ray had a crush on Ryotaro. That's right, she did. She absolutely did. What, like, a series, though? Like, 2 games with, like, a linking plotline between them. This is, like... I'm gonna say it. This is better than the original trilogy. It just is. It's just better than the original trilogy. In just about every respect. I like that they cut down on the number of investigations. I think that was a good idea. Ace Attorney shines brightest during the trials, you know? And they did a lot to try and keep the investigations from mucking that up too much, from, like, extending trials longer than they needed to be extended. I don't think there was any senselessly long trial. Maybe 3 of this game was a little bit too long.
It was longer than I expected, but it was a really fun case. So I didn't really feel the length until I looked over the clock and I'm like, oh, 7 hours. Oops. Shakespeare, yeah. But yeah, like, the characters were all wonderful. They, like, Sholmes' deduction theater thing really helped spice up investigations too. Because I feel like investigations were always a part that I feel like lacked the drama that they needed to really, like, carry it, you know? They lacked a lot of the energy, and it made investigations just feel not as much fun, honestly. So this was great. Like, the investigation theaters were great. They did a lot to hold tension, to have, like, big revelations happening in the investigations, which was another thing I feel like was, a little scant in other Ace Attorney games. Normally, the major revelations were all in court. Sometimes you'd get a major revelation in an investigation, but typically what would happen was you would get a major piece of evidence and you'd be like, oh, I can tell this is important, but I can't tell how it's important. I can't tell what this is, this is supposed to mean. And then the truth about it would be revealed in court. We've had a nice balance of, like, big reveals in both of them to hold interest and make the investigations not feel so dry. Oh, here's Jigoku. Oh, and there's Strongheart. God. There it is, the clap. I told you, he's fucking Damon Gant. He's Damon Gant. I'm gonna look the fucking thing up, like, just before I go so I can show you that that is Damon Gant. Hang on. Might have time to do it now, actually. Alright, hang on. Oh, wait, no, we're at the end of the credits. Never mind. I'll get it in a second. Oh. Oh, yeah, Drebber was in there. Yeah, I saw him. Capcom. God. Oh, I'm gonna miss this series, dude. I'm gonna miss it so much. You know, I've been playing this game for like 6 months now. I'm just gonna miss it. Oh. Look at that art. That's beautiful. Well, that's that, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. All right, so before I go, like I said, I wanted to show you guys one thing. This is something that I pointed out the very first time I saw Strongheart. Damon Gant breakdown. So the villain of the original Ace Attorney, the final case was Damon Gant, who I said looked a lot like Strongheart. And I want to show you what his breakdown was. All right? Here we go. Hang on. Pull this up. We can skip. So yeah, he was getting struck by lightning. Like, just look at him. He looks a lot like Strongheart, doesn't he? Here it is. Close, Rhino. You almost had me. Hang on. I want to get to the actual. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit.
Yeah, here it is. Yep, the clapping. Oh god, flashing light warning, holy shit. Jesus, that's a lot of flashing lights, holy fuck. I didn't expect that. But yeah, he has the exact same breakdown where he does all the clapping. I swear they must be descendants. They have to be. They wind up in like the same like position too. He's like, Gant was also the like the chief prosecutor. He was head of like the judiciary of some sort. They are like actual like fucking parallels to one another. And that's just funny to me. Okay. All right. Did I know the concept art had one of Iris's handmade dolls for Barrack being a cat in a top hat? Oh, okay. This is probably another thing that's just getting fucked up by OBS. The chat window's all screwed up, I think. Yeah. All right. That's cool. That's neat. All right. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining me, as always. This one went a lot longer than I expected, but, there you go. Who are we raiding here? Who are we raiding? I'm gonna toss you off to... Who am I throwing you to? I haven't been able to raid Eros in the longest time because she's been playing Elden Ring, and tonight is random horror game night. So, hell yeah, we're raiding Eros. It's been way too fucking long. Oh, it's nice to finally be able to raid her again. I miss being able to stop by her streams. Shame I'm raiding right now, otherwise I'd be able to like stay and watch the stream. Oh well. So yeah, thank you for the raid message, Celexa. Be sure to tell her that this is a rogue raid. So coming up tomorrow, probably Elden Ring. Personally, I want to get some more of that done on stream. I have some stuff I want to do on there. I reached the end of the academy, so I want to fight the boss there on stream, and just kind of explore, find some more stuff to kill, I guess. Beyond that, as for what's going to replace the Great Ace Attorney, I don't know. I have to find something good. Well, I will let you know. The schedule will be up tomorrow, as always. If you want to check the Discord, if you're new around here, we do have a Discord. Reminder to go into the rules, the welcome channel. Agree to the rules by clicking the little emote at the bottom, so you can see like the rest of the server. Otherwise, it's just going to be like a glorified, news box. But if that's what you want, then hey, that's fine. Just go to the rules and give yourself an alert roll. Anyway, it's been a great time. I'm starving, and I need to get to raid. So take care, everybody, and I will see you all next time. Peace out.